عليكم السلام، اهلا وسهلا. الله يحييك. في فيديو في البدايه.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone, and I'm so happy to be with you. It is my pleasure at this start to extend my thanks and appreciation to the TVTC and to the organizers of the 9th exhibition for the excellent efforts in organizing this conference, which coincides with the accelerating developments in the labor market. I would like to welcome the speakers, the ladies and gentlemen, the audience. No doubt investment in learning, education and technical vocational education is a priority for its vital role in social and economic development programs. This constantly requires development on constant basis. This session is shedding light on the most important local and international experience with a number of specialized experts and practitioners. On this occasion, I would like to review some of the recent developments in relation to our topic today, especially in the labor market. A few weeks ago, the Human Capabilities Development Program was launched, which is a key program by Vision 2030, strategically aiming at developing the capabilities of citizens and preparing them for the future and using the opportunities coming from the requirements. At the local and international levels, the program will focus on enhancing development of principles and the future skills and development of knowledge in various domains. In the human resources and social development arena, we participate with a portfolio of 15 initiatives in different tracks in the development of capabilities, such as enhancing lifelong learning, professional supervision, opportunities of learning, early working, and enhancing the qualification and training for those on the job, as we call upskilling. In this program, we have ambitious goals. For example, we aim to reach in the index of the searchers for job who obtained a job opportunity within 12 months of graduation to 70% by 2025 and 80% by 2030. And in the nationalization of the high-skilled jobs, we aim at reaching at 40% by 2025. We worked in the Human Resources and Social Development Ministry, developed a strategy for the labor market to fulfill the vision of 2030, which includes 11 major reforms in the labor market and 25 initiatives. We identified the skills and values of the initiative. The ministry is also working on approving the skills strategy based on coordinating efforts and providing the enablers and the organizational strategies to harmonize the integrated strategy efforts. The strategy of efforts is focused on a number of initiatives, such as creating councils for the main economic sectors and the fast-growing sectors in order to help in the jobs and identify skills. In addition to enhancing the partnership between the private and public sectors to approve the training programs and initiate the data entering skills to be part of the labor market. The strategy also aims at providing the upskilling on the job, and the strategy is building systems to identify the skills and recognize them. It is worth mentioning that the COVID-19, pushed by the accelerated of technology and the digital transformation, including the high risk of losing jobs, especially for low technical jobs, led to establish a new background. My brothers, in the initiative is the partnership which we consider as the strategy to go. I don't want to take from the time of our speakers. We are going to start the first session. سوف نبدأ الجلسة الأولى مع السيد جوناثان ليدجر. جوناثان هو مسؤول أخصائي عن التدريب في التجارة الدولية. خبرته تتضمن قيادة التغيير في المملكة المتحدة وتطوير قوى التصدير والاستيراد وبناء القدرات في قطاع الصادرات. يعمل مع السفارات واللجان العليا لتحديد الفرص ولشرح كيف يمكن للمملكة المتحدة أن تلعب دورها في هذا المجال، بالعمل مع مكتب الكومنولث الأجنبي وجهات التنموية ليلعب دورا هاما في تطوير وتنفيذ دعم ما وراء البحار، وقد قدم أوراقا بحثية في عديد من الدول والمؤتمرات. بدون إطالة يا جوناثان، المنصة أمامك.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my real pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Jonathan Ledger, and I'm the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Specialist from the Department for International Trade in the United Kingdom. I'm just going to say a few words about investment in technical and vocational education and training. The UK would like to work with partners in Saudi Arabia to enable systemic change in order to meet global ambitions for skills and industry. We want to support economic growth and development through skills development. This is about ensuring that we have an appropriately skilled workforce at all ages for all sectors. We want to help Saudi Arabia by sharing world-class best practice in teaching and education policy, design and implementation. And above all else, we want to create mutually beneficial opportunities for partnership with friends and colleagues in Saudi Arabia. The world of skills is becoming ever more diverse. We only have to think of the way that technology now has come into play and is part of our educational lives throughout design and implementation. Doesn't matter where, there is always something to do with technology. Whether it's virtual reality, augmented reality, MOOCs, boot camps, assessment processes, micro-credentialing, languages, all of these components make up this vast array of activities that happens in the skills arena, and all of which need need investment in time, in cash, in kind from employers, from governments, from other stakeholders and from individual people. We're going to take a look at 4 of these areas today. So one is vocational training and what we need to do to invest in that to support workplace students with impactful workplace skills training, regulated qualifications, apprenticeships and the like. Number 2, we're going to take a look at assessment quality and how we ensure that the assessment process is robust and yet flexible and the investment required to make that happen. We're going to take a look at the learning environment, how to create and maintain a learning environment that enables a wide range of students to learn new skills or to top up on their skills. And finally, looking at teacher training, how we can train our teachers with the technology, with the occupational competency in a range of circumstances so they can deliver the right skills at the right time to the right cohorts. Transforming skills delivery models for the modern age into a more blended and to account for more remote learning needs investment by multiple partners. We need employers to invest time and energy in developing curriculum in partnership with training providers, colleges and universities so that we can make sure that the curriculum content is as up to date as possible and represents sectors on the way that they operate right now. That's really crucial to the delivery of skills for students into the future. Part of that equation is about using government investment to reach hard to reach students. So these might be digitally poor, they might live in remote communities, and we may need infrastructure in place that enables them to access learning in a way that is appropriate for the industry sector in which they want to train. Of course, this can be very simple things like providing equipment and internet access, broadband, but it's also about how do we ensure things like safeguarding with high-risk groups in remote locations and doing all of that whilst maintaining that connection to industry. So now we're just going to touch on quality assurance. Quality assurance is not something that we do as a one-off, and it's not just the government or the regulator's responsibility. This again needs investment in time, energy, money and resources to make quality happen. This is about making sure that we maintain quality of teaching and learning across all areas of the curriculum, whether they're delivered in the workplace or in the classroom. We might need to invest time and energy in redeveloping high impact curriculum to make sure that it's up to date. And to do that, we need the real workers from employer, from industry to step forward and support the colleges and the education institutions in redeveloping that curriculum, to sit round the table and bring tutors up to date, to provide learning materials and maybe as well to provide in-kind gestures of learning equipment, tools and other areas that are synonymous with a particular trade. In all of the quality process, because it's a learning continuous process, not just a one-off process, that needs that constant investment of time and energy to make that happen. We need to make sure we maintain a learner-centred approach, that we maintain high quality teaching and learning performance, that we drive high quality learning experiences for all, and that we drive that continuous cycle so that we carry out learning inspections and self-evaluation processes as a normal activity on an ongoing basis. All of that requires significant investment. Let's take a look at the learning environment. What we need to be able to do, by investing the right energy, the right cash, we need to create real life working scenarios, particularly when, of course, students are having to work remotely. Builders, plumbers, electricians and craft trades generally find it very difficult to undertake realistic vocational training at distance. And the education world is grappling and working really fast, driving lots of investment to create the kind of learning experience that gets them as close to the real world as possible. This requires investment from employers, investment from governments to support that development, and investment from students and teachers to make that learning journey, that learning experience as good as it can be. Whether we're using augmented reality, whether we're using virtual reality or robotics or any other key enabling technologies or Industry 4 technologies, then we need to make sure that that investment is made so that students can pick that up and use those skills in a real world scenario. If you're doing welding as an example, how do you get around the fact that with welding you need to be really physically doing that? You've got to provide a learning experience, and I've seen some technologies in recent months whereby they do that by pressure test screens. So you can touch a pen to the screen, and the amount of pressure that you put on that particular screen changes the image colour and tells you whether you're welding correctly or not. And those skills, whilst that's not the same because you don't get the sensory environment, a lot of those skills will transpose into the real world of work when you can get there. This is about as well investing in employer engagement, because you've got to know where the experts are in industry that can contribute to the learning environment development, and making sure that you're using the right kind of technology. And some of this technology is not very cheap. It's expensive, it takes a while to implement, and sometimes it's a bit of trial and error. But all of that investment needs to be made. And in all of the online type activity that we do at the moment, we must make sure that we create a place that is safe in which to learn and is secure in terms of security and compliance. Because it's all too easy to suddenly be delivering everything online when you don't actually know sometimes who's watching you on camera, or whether they can get access to the back door of your computer and things like that. So you need to make sure that students are well protected in that process. And finally, we come on to the teaching ability. So this is for the teachers, the workplace assessors, and the classroom-based assessors. They need to be able to have the expertise not only to teach the skills that they need to teach, or to assess the competence that they need to assess, but to make sure that they are bang up to date with the kind of experience, the kind of skills that employers want and have right now. So, for example, 3D printing is relatively new, and there's lots of changes that happen to that sector every year, and teachers need to be able to keep pace with that to be able to deliver the right kind of curriculum. Because don't forget, most students are not in the workplace tomorrow once they've learnt their skills. They're usually some period of time after their learning has finished before they're in the workplace, unless, of course, they are an apprentice. So, you're always teaching skills, if you like, in a behind mode. What you need to do is get in front so that you're teaching absolutely up-to-date skills that when the student then goes into the workplace tomorrow, they've got that real-life work experience that they're looking for. So this means that we need to invest in developing the skills of teachers to make sure that they deploy high quality skills in classroom and remote situations. We need to invest time and energy to review teaching policies, processes and the pedagogies to make sure that they are as flexible as possible without reducing quality, and which provide a robust environment. We continue that need to make sure that it is centred around the student and that we are performance orientated, and we must make sure that we are, within the teaching element, driving continuous improvement. And again, you see, all of this requires this tripartite relationship of investment between governments, between training providers and with employers. So in short, the investment that's required by governments, by employers and by training providers is about enabling a professional skills system that is demand driven, that has strong employer involvement. We want to manage the risk, and by using policy and high quality teaching and learning practices so that we drive performance and mitigate any areas that we're concerned about. That we deploy all of the technologies in skill areas to enable them to be as close to the workplace as possible. And you and I are responsible for giving people skills for their jobs, sometimes in jobs that are not yet created. So we have to make sure they've got this rounded education, languages, science, maths, all of that has to be included, and it has to be as real as possible. We are in the world of giving skills for people for jobs. That's all we're doing. And we have to be able to make sure that we create all of this in an investment environment that drives quality processes and provides that robust inspection framework. Now let's just consider for the moment the role of employers and how they might invest. It is absolutely critical that we understand that we are creating skills for jobs, and those jobs are to help companies make money and deliver services to whoever their clients are. So there's a responsibility of employers to be a core part of that process right from the very beginning. So employer investment can come in a multitude of ways. The first is about sharing labour market information, that strategic approach to labour market intelligence. What's coming up in the next 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 years? What does that mean for the skills of the people you're currently employing and the students that are still in school and will come out of school and work for you in the future? What do we need to be doing for them now? And they might not be required for 10 years, but we need to be thinking about that now. All of that insight must come from employers, and even that is an investment into the skills process. There is a process, of course, of developing standards and curriculum, working in partnership with education providers and governments to make sure that all of the qualifications, the apprenticeships are robust, that if they're in the regulation system that they meet those requirements. But above all else, it's about making sure that they've got the right content that is tailored towards the industry and the sectors that are involved, and to make sure that those programs have learning outcomes which give the skills to those students that are required. And employers can invest their time and energy in that by providing experts to sit round the table with colleges to help with that content development. There is, of course, something I mentioned earlier, which is about employers investing in teacher and trainer and assessor education, providing those experiences to upskill teachers, but also for employers to go into the classroom and provide skills-based training direct to students. There is a big need for employers to provide direct investment, cash or in kind, to education establishments. In the UK, we have a levy on top of everything else, so the top 2% pay 0.5% of their total annual payroll, and that generates £3 billion a year extra towards the skills and apprenticeship strategy that we have. Employers can, of course, invest time and energy by providing skills assessment and being part of that final stage of saying, yes, student, you have passed or you haven't passed. So we don't want employers just involved in the strategy. We don't just want employers involved in defining standards. We want you involved in actually helping us decide, does this person meet the requirements of industry? One of the great things about employers is that they will always tell us when it's wrong, and that robust evaluation is an investment, and we need to recognise that investment. And then here's the biggest catch: driving impact and returning on investment, creating return on investment. The problem is we start training students and we don't really draw the line in the sand in understanding how all of those different types of investments translate into a positive impact and a positive outcome for employers. And that's a crucial part, because employers will invest more if employers understand what it does for their business in business speak. You see, education worlds and business worlds are quite different worlds, and there is a translation that needs to take place between the two. So understanding return on investment for employers is a key part of the investment argument. If we get the investment right from all sides, this can help create greater economic resilience because of a highly skilled and high quality workforce. We get better productivity because we have increased alignment between the skills that people have and the skills that the economy needs. So this drives competitiveness. We have more people in the right kind of jobs, a flexible, dynamic workforce, better quality of sustainable, long-term, high-impact work. And we have less inequality between different cohorts, different geographies within a country. So all of this investment is driving that plethora of activity that delivers real, sustainable, identifiable, high impact for employers. If I can, just for one moment, just take a look at how the UK global expertise can help Saudi Arabia. Whether it's policy development, whether it's careers information, teacher training, design of curriculum and standards, or whether it's bringing in that technology and developing really excellent solutions, high quality solutions for remote teaching and learning or class-based learning, then we are the ones to work with. And we don't work in a way that is about implanting the UK in Saudi Arabia. We would prefer to work with you to share our expertise to create a system that is built around the premise of it being for Saudi Arabian students in Saudi Arabia. So that's really critical to us. So please do come and talk to us if you need our help. And if I may, a reminder about the UK skills system. We have an approach which is sector focused, delivering world-class skills solutions tailored to industries and their sectors. We take a strategic approach, making sure that policy is aligned to the delivery process and making sure that it delivers high quality impact at the end. We make sure it's demand driven, so we don't just fund colleges to keep them open. We make sure that those colleges continue to deliver based on employers' demand. It's a flexible and responsive system. So we have private providers as well as public providers. We deliver in the college environment as well as delivering actually in the workplace, working alongside trainers and teachers that might exist in the workplace scenario. And of course, the expertise that we have is contextualised to fit different countries, different regions and different industry sectors. If there is anything that I can help with regards to technical and vocational education and training, then please do get in touch. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much indeed for allowing me to come along to this conference today to speak to you. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for this very informative, well-structured presentation. I really like the way you structured the presentation by the four pillars. It's really very interesting. I will leave the floor if there is any questions. I have a question from my side first. As you said, Jonathan, that we need to, to invest in TVET programs and so on. What I understand from your presentation that most of the investment come from the government. So how to encourage the private sector to invest? And when I talk about private sector, I'm not just talking about large and corporations, but with all the private sector, medium and small sized organizations. So how to balance the approach between asking large and small corporations to participate in that?
احتمال انه ما يسمعك ترى.
Jonathan, do you hear us? متى المناقشة طيب؟ مش الآن يعني. طيب. قبل ما يعني أنهي، إذا في أي مداخلة على العرض اللي سمعناه الآن قبل الجلسات الأخرى. طيب، شكرا للجميع على حضوركم. فعلا كان عرض متميز، وإن شاء الله نستمع لباقي المتحدثين والمناقشة في نهاية الجلسة. شكرا لكم.
Check, 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 check. الو 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 هنا تيست تيست مايك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعد الله صباحكم مرة أخرى. نبدأ الآن في الجلسة الثانية ونتشرف بوجود المهندس مطر
Have
العنزي.
Mr. Matar Al-Anizi, the Vice President. He is going to take us in a journey about the investment strategies in vocational training. Engineer Matar is the Vice President for Strategy at the College of Excellence and head of the Strategic Program National Center. He has a wide spectrum of experiences in teaching and vocational training, has a master's in information technology from West Australia University and numerous local and international leadership and training certificates. Good morning, everybody, your guests, our dear guests. Let me first present a quick presentation of a paper about the strategies of investment in vocational training as an example of strategic partnerships in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. First, the TVTC in all its training branches is working by the directives of the government of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, to launch our country to become at the forefront great countries in the world. And in the life cycle of nations, it can only happen through quality education and training that builds the generations in the future. The Technical and Vocational Training Center offers a number of programs, including the Colleges of Excellence, the Industrial Institutes, and also the institutes and the private institutes of training over the wide geography of the kingdom. The fourth example that we are speaking about is a sample of strategic partnerships with the business sector and employment sectors. Based on the Ministerial Council decree of the 1st of Muharram 1430 Hijri, the regulation of the non-profit organizations of training was established. So the Center for National Strategic Partnerships was established in order to manage the integrated relation between the TVTC from one side and with the strategic partner, which is subsidized by the government, and the employment sector in terms of companies and various sectors. This relation takes place through strategic partnerships to establish non-profit training centers, starting with employment. These academies offer quality programs based on the actual needs of these companies, based on the skills and the outcomes that the strategic partner is aiming at to sustain the needs of manpower. We have a number of objectives. Among these objectives is supporting the technology transfer programs to benefit from international experience, and also working on enhancing the participation of this business sector in creating curricula and the training process and supervising that process, and joining the councils of these institutes to be a partner in the processes and the methodologies applied, so that the business sector and the private sector are sure that the learning outcomes are in full parallelism with their requirements, which they help to achieve through their partnership with the institutes. Also enhancing the quality of technical and vocational training by benefiting from the best practices at the global level, which we witness today in the numerous institutes and partnerships. What are the features? It has numerous features, and there are so many challenges as well. However, the features or the advantages outweigh and come from the actual participation of the private sector in training, curricular development, and ensuring the quality of these quality institutes and the learning outcomes, and also benefiting from international providers. Also, the employment from first day, because with these they are demand driven, but they are not supply driven. The training is provided on actual need. What also distinguishes this sample is that the outcomes are harmonious with the requirements of the labor market, and we sustainably work with the Ministry of Human Resources when studying the requirements of the sectors, and then we provide the directives based on that. The selection of there's no duplication or opening new or similar tracks in the training organizations. Also harmonizing under the umbrella of the Human Capabilities Development Program, so that this sample and this investment in the training process is in line fully with what we work by the Crown Prince's launched program. The sponsors or our strategic partners benefit a lot, because these benefits that there is actual participation with the Human Development Fund of 75% of the cost of training, with a percentage of 75 or 95% of the award or allowance given to the trainees after they start. And we thank the Human Development Fund for that. The trainee from the first day signs a contract with the stakeholder and is considered as a trainee, as an employee of that company, and is part of their Saudization percentage. Training takes place based on curricula built by the participation of the private sector directly. Also, it is provided in the language required, whether English or Arabic, based on high quality standards. The TVTC provides numerous facilities and licenses for these academies and these partnerships to achieve their goals and objectives. The strategic partner also is a member and mostly head of the board of trustees or council of these academies, in order to make sure that the process is going according to plan for their benefit. Also, and this is the most important feature of the program, that you get an outcome or a qualified Saudi worker who is qualified based on contracts that guarantee the rights and duties of each side. Let me give a quick overview of these strategic centers. We have, up to the moment, we're talking about 38 institutes. Over the next 2 months, we will reach to 45 institutes of strategic partnerships in different sectors all across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are the logos of our partnerships and institutes. Over 550 strategic partner and over 150 employing companies. We're talking big companies and medium companies. And also there is over 8,000 male and female trainees. I don't say a trainee, I say an employee, in fact, who is working. Over 33,000 young men and women who've graduated from this college. I don't say a graduate, but I say an employee. And I don't say an employee, I say we built a new family, Saudi family, thanks to this program. There are sectors where partnerships were launched and there are strategic partners, and as we have said, Saudi Aramco, SABIC, Saudi Electricity, Ministries, Telecommunications, Human Resources, Al-Mara'i, SAR, the GAKSA, Bahri, and many other major companies that have benefited from this example. And we aim today to reach the military sectors and the mega projects launched in Qiddiya and Amala and the Red Sea, and we are also trying to enter new sectors in the short term to ensure the quality of this business model. The quality say that because we have, if there was a third party, then we can rely on their perspective or in their opinion about the quality. And we are accredited either by the NCAA, and we have important international accreditations. Some of these institutes obtained over 13 accreditations to ensure the quality of the learning outcomes. Also, a number of strategic partnerships are achieving local and international quality awards in quality and training. We're speaking today. Our partners are working now on numerous projects which will be launched over the next few months with key strategic holders in telecommunication. With SABIC, there's going to be a partnership with the industry and also other like agriculture, food industries, and even in aviation and space in order to launch quality academies. Before we reach to there are strategic goals for the center based on the directives of the governor of TVTC and the members, so that the path of this business model is very clear, and to sustain it at a high level of performance and quality. The strategic aim is to have a constant harmonization with the requirements of this labor market, of providing with the sector itself, including the local content, either with foreign investors, also participating greatly in reducing the percentage of job seekers, because we adopt the training starting with employment, providing also the women training centers or co-ed centers, also including enhancing the participation of the business sector and private sector to be parts of these strategies to ensure quality, attracting the business sector in general to benefit from that business model, and in ensuring the sustainability of this business model. Of what we have seen and what the TVTC is doing through this arm, there are some recommendations. If you allow me to go through these. The first recommendation is, based on some studies and the opinions of local and international experts, it is important to expand this business model in order to increase the opportunities of employing Saudi youth, enhancing partnership with the Human Resources Development Fund to be in line with this resilience of the private sector and incentivizing the private sector to participate, developing the Saudization programs and the guided Saudization to provide the supply to these sectors. Also working to building partnerships with small and medium enterprise or joint sectors under the name of sectorial partnerships, where there are numerous beneficiaries and companies. Also, we are working side by side to align with the human capabilities development program, and finally expanding in the strategic women partnerships and qualifying Saudi women to be active in various sectors such as oil, energy, industry, where there is need. Thank you very much for your attention. That was my presentation, and I'm happy to take your questions.
شكرا جزيلا مهندس مطر على هذا العرض الوافي وفعلا موضوع.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm sure we have a number of questions, but we will leave the questions to the end of the presentations, or should we take them now?
ناخذ كذا سؤال.
Maybe we can take a few questions.
تفضل يا دكتور.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بدون شك يعني العرض ممتاز وواضح.
The presentation was excellent, and there is a question about the interaction with the private sector and their willingness to build these partnerships. Do you have particular incentives that you look at so that you can attract the business sector? These are the challenges that you have. So, if you have an answer to that question, please. If we have any other question, can we take that? Thank you, Dr. Fahad, and thanks to everybody, and thanks to Mr. Engineer Matar for this excellent presentation. My question, you referred in your presentation that these specializations are considered quality specializations, and consequently, it might be in some of them, the demand is very limited. What about the future of these strategic partnership centers, and what about the comparing the cost and the return on investment?
شكرا دكتور. في أي مداخلة أخرى؟ وأنا عندي مداخلة أيضا يمكن سؤال.
I have my also direct question. I know the importance of strategic partnerships, but the challenge is in the number, and how can we increase them? Because I know, as you said, that this is straightforward employment with high quality. Thank you so much. I will start with the first question by Dr. Ali. Thank you for the question. Of course, there are challenges in every work. Every work that needs expansion, we have to bear in consideration that the expansion is not at the cost of quality. We have two goals, expanding and maintaining sustainable quality. Is the private sector well prepared to participate? I believe that when we explain the features to the private sector, that should be incentivizing. For example, Saudi Aramco as a strategic partner. We have today a strategic partnership in more than 12 academies, some of which is a benchmark at the Middle East level, such as the Oil Services Institute. It trains students from the GCC countries, and there are other Arab countries applying. We aimed at the big companies in the beginning first, yes, but now we're heading towards the medium companies, and then lately we are going to talk about SMEs who have the needs. It is true that in some sectors the movement is a little bit slow because they need certain legislations. It is no secret today that looking at whoever reads the Vision 2030 and the Human Capabilities Development Program, you understand that Saudi today is not Saudi of yesterday, and it will not be the same. And Saudi of tomorrow is going to be different. So Saudi youth, men or women, have to be competitive with the Singaporean, American, Britain youth. That's our game. We have challenges, but with strategic partners such as the Human Resources Development Fund and the Ministry of Human Resources and other legislative. The high resilience is also related to replying to the question that the resilience in what is we build certain partnerships for a certain period of time and the number of employments. These are not forever. This resilience gave us the possibility to have moved from one partnership to another. So some partnerships were moved from Bish in the electricity at one point. It fulfilled its objectives, and now it is going to be transferred to Al Jouf with the renewable energy, with an international partner, and with a new strategic partnership again. So this resilience, that it makes us confident that we are working demand-driven but not supply-driven, and this is the core business in this model. As for your question about the importance of expanding these strategic centers, no doubt the private sector and the business sector in general understands carefully that the youth who are sitting in the back seats are waiting for a good future through this vision. So everyone today, we were marketing the companies and we used to find some reluctance, but now we see that the companies, as Dr. Fahad said, that one of the holding companies communicated with us and the CEO came. So I asked him a question. I said, we go and market and you don't respond. So why do you come now? He said, I came that the Saudi of today is not the Saudi of yesterday, and I need the qualified young people to be working with my company. So with your efforts and every partner's efforts, we are going to have better expansion. It's a very good question. It's a very good answer. And on your behalf, I would like to welcome all the other speakers who have joined us now. Our next speaker is Dr. Razali bin Hassan.
He will talk about the public and private sectors partnership in Tibet. He's the director of
هو مدير مركز معهد الأبحاث للتدريب التقني والمهني في ماليزيا. يحمل درجة الدكتوراه من وورويك يونيفرسيتي وماجستير في العلوم من جامعة باترا ماليزيا وبكالوريا في تقنيات التعليم من ماليزيا أيضا. خبرته العملية كمستشار وباحث وأكاديمي ومحفز ومتحدث في العديد من المؤتمرات. سوف نستمع الآن إلى عرضه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. الحمد لله والشكر لله وأسعد الله صباحكم. اسمي رزالي بن حسن، أنا مدير معهد التعليم والتدريب المهني والتقني في ماليزيا. أشكركم أولا وعلى منظمي المؤتمر لإعطائي هذه الفرصة وتقديم هذه الدعوة لي. يسرني أن أشارككم بخبرتنا في مجال الأبحاث في المشاريع المتعلقة بالتدريب المهني. دورنا أن نحن مسؤولون على القيام بأبحاث متعلقة بالسياسات المتعلقة بتطبيق التدريب التقني والمهني في ماليزيا، مركزين على نظام التعليم العالي. كما تعلمون فإن الشراكات العامة والخاصة هي تكون بين أكثر من شريك في مختلف القطاعات بناء على علاقة طويلة الأمد. الحكومات لديها العديد من الجهود في هذه المجالات عبر التاريخ. في العقود الأخيرة وجدنا توجها حقيقيا من قبل الحكومات في العالم للقيام بعقد شراكات بين المؤسسات الخاصة والعامة. ليس هناك إجماع حول كيفية تعريف هذه الشراكة. ففي السياق الماليزي هذه الشراكة العامة والخاصة تضمن انتقالا نحو القطاع الخاص ومسؤولية فيما يتعلق بالتدريب واستثمار رؤوس الأموال بما في ذلك الإنشاء والإدارة والصيانة، وأيضا مساعدة القطاع العام أيضا في بناء قدراته من معدات مما يسمح للطرفين بتحقيق الاستفادة. هذه الشراكة بين العام والخاص كانت في القطاع التعليمي في ماليزيا مثلا، وفي أيضا الدول الأخرى. هناك تنوع كبير كل بمزايا مختلفة وملامح تتعلق بحسب المنطقة. هذه الشراكة تصنف ضمن واحدة من 4 النتائج الشراكات. أولا إدارة الشراكات في المؤسسات التعليمية. ثانيا التعاقد لتقديم خدمات تعليمية. ثالثا الميزانيات. وأخيرا تقديم بناء القدرات. عملية تخصيص المصادر تعتمد على الإطار التشريعي الذي تضعه الحكومة وعلى الحوارات الشفافة ما بين المتفاوضين فيما يتعلق بنظام الشراكات. هناك عوامل نجاح كثيرة في كل هذه النماذج. البرنامج الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والعام يحدد الاحتياجات في بلد ما وأيضا من مؤسساته أيضا. هذه الشراكة ينبغي أن تشتمل على 3 عناصر: الحكومة والمؤسسات التعليمية والقطاع الصناعي أو الأعمال نفسه. كل من هذه الشركاء 3 ينبغي أن يكون لديه ما يقدمه وأيضا شيء يحصل عليه في المقابل. الشراكة ينبغي تطويرها بناء على مبادئ أساسية. هناك برامج ينبغي أن يقدم البرنامج مؤهلات معترفا بها في سياق القطاع التعليم العالي والتدريب المهني والتقني. فإن هذه الشراكة أو هذا البرنامج الشراكة هناك عقد أو مثلا مذكرة تفاهم ما بين الشركاء من القطاعين العام والخاص لتقديم إطار عمل من الخدمات يتم تقديمها على مدة بعيد من الوقت، وهذا لكي نضمن وجود بيئة العمل الصحيحة والمؤهلات والتي يمكن أن توصل إلى النتائج المرجوة. أشارككم بعض المسائل أو النماذج التي طبقت في التعليم العالي فيما يتعلق بمختلف الصناعات. هناك التعليم المبني على العمل، تعامل ما بين القطاعات، تدعم هذه الصناعات بحلول المشاكل، نقوم بالمتابعة والمراقبة وحلول المشكلات ونحاول أن نحل المشكلات. مركز التدريب الوطني وأعضائه التدريسي والقادة ينبغي أن يكونوا ناجحين. نحن مدعومون من قبل القطاع الصناعي، وهناك برنامج لديهم لتقديم المعلومات فيما يتعلق بالتطورات الحاصلة لديهم لأخذها بالاعتبار. هناك 5 أنواع من النماذج التي نطبقها فيما يتعلق بممارسة الشراكة ما بين القطاعات العامة والخاصة. فهي تحويلية مثلا، حيث هناك مثلا كلية تقنية نحولها إلى ورشة عمل. شراء الأماكن، نشتري بعض المعاهد ونحولها نحو معاهد خاصة. نظام تدريب ثنائي وطني، مثلا بعض الكليات التي تطبق هذا النظام. هناك أيضا عملية تطوير مهارات العمال وبرامج مبنية على العمل. النماذج أكثر نجاحا والذي نفذ في معظم الدول في تايلاند، فيتنام وماليزيا، كمبوديا، ما بين الدول الناجحة التي طبقت هذه المراكز. في قطاع الصناعة أو برنامج الذي يجمع ما بين العمل ومؤسسة التعليم أو التدريب. الموظفين الذين يحققون هذه المعايير يمكن أن يحصلوا على وظيفة أولية مدعومين من قبل الشركات التي تدعم تدريبهم. هذا العقد يتم توقيعه ما بين الشركة وما بين المتدرب قبل التدريب. هذا المتدرب يحصل على وقت ضمن فترة على مكافأة من قبل الشركة، ويقبل بالعمل مع الشركة عند انتهاء فترة التدريب إذا قدمت له فرصة التوظيف. في ماليزيا في هذا البرنامج هناك وكالة تحت وزارة الموارد البشرية التي توفر الدعم والإرشاد لضمان أن كل الشركات تشارك في هذا البرنامج الوطني وأن تصل إلى أهدافها بنجاح. نجاح هذه البرامج يجمع ما بين المؤسسات الكبرى أو العليا والصناعات بناء على العوامل الخمسة: المعلمون الذين لديهم خبرة وكفاءة، والمناهج والفلسفة التعليمية الملتزمة باحتياجات سوق العمل لتقديم الخبرات والمهارات للأفراد، وفهم كيف برامج مبنية على المهارات هي تحقق احتياجات كل الشركاء ومدعومة من قبل شركاء هذه الشركات. من الأبحاث وجدنا أن معايير النجاح يمكن اعتبارها كمؤسسات حكومية تقوم بدورها وكقطاع خاص والشركات تسعى للتعاون بشكل إيجابي. ثم تمويل هذه الشراكات مهم جدا، ينبغي أن نكون واضحين جدا حول تكلفة بين شريكين. مثلا لجان القطاع تتم تشكيلها لدعم بروفايلات من المهارات المطلوبة، وأصبح من المعترف عليه هو تطوير هذه المهارات. هذا وأخيرا الحساسية العالية نحو احتياجات الأفراد، وهؤلاء المؤهلون في هذا النظام لتقديم ابتكارات. الحكومة أدركت أهمية هذا الجهد، وبالتالي تشجع الصناعات وقطاع الأعمال لكي تنخرط في هذه الشراكات، لكي نعمل مع هذه المؤسسات في الكليات التقنية وفي مراكز الأعمال. ينبغي أن تتمتع بالمرونة وأن تكون قابلة على التكيف، وهي مستعدة لكي تتعلم من بعضها البعض. يمكن للجميع أن يستفيدوا من هذه الشراكة في مجال الأبحاث والاستمرار في التطوير المهني، بما في ذلك التدريب وبرامج القائمة على التوظيف، وتطوير أيضا نماذج من القاعدة إلى القمة بدل أن تكون من القمة إلى القاعدة، وذلك في بناء المناهج التعليمية والمقررات التي توائم ما بين احتياجات سوق العمل وأن يكون هناك دعم ابتكاري إبداعي، ولكي نضمن أفضل النتائج ما بين المعرفة والخبرة. فأكثر طريقة مرنة لتحقيق الأهداف التعليمية لأي منهاج ضمن إطار من الاعتراف الأكاديمي الذي يمكن وضعه، نستخدم كل أشكال أنواع التعليم من حل المشكلات والتفكير الناقد والتعليم أو التدريب التعاوني لكي نطبق هذه النظريات والمفاهيم الفاعلة. وهناك استراتيجيات لمساعدة المتعلمين وتلبية احتياجاتهم التدريبية على المستوى المؤسسي. هذا يدعم هذا الإطار ويضع أيضا تركيزا أكثر على تأهيل الطلاب على التدريب المعتمد على الخبرات. نركز هناك على التحليل الاستراتيجي والحوار ما بين الطلاب والمدربين في العمل. نحن ندفع هذا التعاون قدما، وبالتالي اسمحوا لي أن أختتم بأن أشارككم بهذه الخبرة ببعض الكلمات. إذا كان التعليم يحمل مفاتيح النجاح فإن الشراكة هي المفتاح الرئيسي. أشكركم جميعا على هذه المشاركة وعلى دعوتي مرة أخرى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you دكتور رزالي. إذا في أي مداخلة أو تعليق على هذا العرض أو نتركها
If you have any
هذه الجلسة بإذن الله.
questions, we will leave that to the end of the session. And now we move to our next speaker,
بروفيسور عبد الرحمن صائغ
Professor Abdurrahman Sa'ir
وهو أستاذ الإدارة والتخطيط الاستراتيجي والاقتصاد التربوي بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز.
at King Abdulaziz University, and he will speak about privatization in TVTC.
بروفيسور عبد الرحمن
Or
حاصل على الدكتوراه
he has a PhD in philosophy education,
الدراسات الاستراتيجية والمستقبلية.
and he's focused on strategic planning and education for good citizenship. He assumed numerous positions in King Abdulaziz University.
بلجنة الدراسات العليا بقسم الإدارة التربوية، كما شغل مناصب متعددة منها خبير متعاون بالمنطقة العربية.
He worked also with numerous organizations.
في المملكة، وأيضا عضو اللجنة التحضيرية للقاءات العلمية مصاحب اجتماع وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي التاسع في الرياض، كما ساهم في الإشراف والمناقشة.
He participated in preparing and supervised over 100 PhD and MA theses in the kingdom and outside.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and peace be upon His Prophet.
أصحاب المعالي
Your Excellencies,
الإخوة الزملاء والأخوات الزميلات، أيها الحفل الكريم،
our dear guests,
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أود أن أتقدم
First,
جزيل
I want to thank
للمؤسسة العامة
the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation, TVTC,
على دعوتي للمشاركة في
for
المؤتمر،
inviting me to
ممثلة
stand here
في
today.
معالي المحافظ الدكتور أحمد الفهيد.
Thanks to Dr. Ahmed Al-Fahid, the governor of TVTC, and thanks also to
لنواب معالي المحافظ
his deputies
وأيضا للجنة
and
المنظمة لهذا
the organizing committee of this
على
Center
حسن
for
التنظيم.
the good organization.
المداخلة هي بعنوان
My presentation is about privatization in technical and vocational education and training,
نظرا للوقت
and bearing in mind the time constraints, I will try to speak about
في
the paper in about 4 parts. The first part is about the concepts and the theoretical foundations of the economic of privatization in relation to technical and vocational education.
الجزء الثاني
The second part relates to the technical and vocational education and training from a local perspective, and here I will speak about what are the data that we need or needed by the privatization administration,
تابعة للاستثمار.
yes, which is under the investment. So what are the most important data that have to be available?
نعد هذه الخصصة.
We prepare for this privatization. The third
أو الجزء الثالث
or the third part of this presentation is privatization in technical and vocational training from an international perspective by looking at the what's happening in the UK, in Switzerland, in the US, for example, Japan, etc. The last part, which I want to focus on and discuss with you, and look at some of the recommendations, the applicable recommendations that can be taken in privatization. Of course, it is a strategic choice, and an organization cannot say that we want or we don't want privatization, because privatization is a key program in Vision 2030. So it is coming. Therefore, we have to, for all the organizations and especially the TVTC, we have to be prepared for that. I said these are the 4 pillars because I'm worried that the moderator will tell me like I've run out of time, so that you have the case is very clear. So wherever he is going to ask me to stop, I will have to stop. The first part relates to, we want to know this teaching and training is an industry and an investment it is like any other industry, except that it is, and the rest has to do with
مو بس هيك كل الدوائر كل الدوائر مستهدفين فكر الدوائر كل الدوائر مستهدفين الله كله ما بين بين
ابعد عن المايك خلوه يقرب من المايك بس صوته راح
الو طيب اظن الصوت واضح
yes, I think
لكن على العموم اذا في هناك اوجه تشابه
there is similarities in investment and industry in human and material capital, because both have inputs. Training and education has its inputs, has its processes, and has outcomes. But what distinguishes investment in human resource capital? It is distinguished by a number of things.
الشريحة الثانية لو سمحت.
Give me the next slide, please.
يميزوا إنه المنتج التدريبي
That the training outcome is staying with the individual, so he doesn't go stay and then he can depart with his skills. This training is staying in you for life, and this is the difference between a car or TV, for example, which you can leave outside. There are three things we have to bear in mind for the best investment in human resources, which is an outcome of training and teaching. First of all, unemployment. It is the key enemy of human resource capital. Second, we don't just graduate from TBTC or university and then that's it. We have to sustain development of learning and update knowledge and skills. The other thing is erasing bias. So if we do not employ the human resources based on the and we do discrimination, we are killing the human resources. Here we want to say that the economy is products and services, and we know that the GDP of any country is the number of services and commodities produced over a certain period of time. In 1 year, for example, the commodities or the services in the educational and training sector are a part and parcel of this GDP. And the more we improve investment in training and assessment, we have enhanced the GDP. So it is extremely important to pay attention. So how do we know that the educational or training service is an economic commodity? There are three conditions that have to be there. First, it achieves the welfare of the individual and the society, and I believe that this is very evident, that education and training, that once you graduate, then you make some money, and then you a certain social status. The other thing is that it is possible to buy and sell it, which we can see actually in the private training. You go, for example, or Dr. Matar has mentioned that before, but they charge a certain fee for that. The second thing, that it can be priced. So training and education, you agree with me that it is an economic service. There is no doubt about this. Let's see the next slide. The problem in the educational and training product is that it has social and individual benefits. Individually, obtained by the individual, but please bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, that the social benefits outweigh so much the individual benefits. So we cannot put the individual and ask them to pay all the cost of coming and joining the universities or the technical and vocational training and educational centers. The government must, or other stakeholders, or the society, the community itself, the social society, the wealthy people, for example, they have to participate in covering the cost of these social returns. And look here what I said, which is the ideal social level of demand, because if the government doesn't participate and the community, then the ideal social level is going to be lower. So, for example, if we need 20, let's say 20 technicians in car maintenance, if not all the community participates, then we will have 5,000 or 15,000, because we did not participate in the support. So the government subsidy or support, and I'm talking because I want to lead you to see that in training and education, privatization is to turn the ownership of the organizations from the private sector to the private sector. This doesn't work and apply in education. There has to be a role for the government. The next slide. So privatization is a matter of strategy and purpose. So I want to lead you so that we agree together that what we want to reach, or the best business model for the TVTC, is something called PBP, which is the privatization based on partnership. Partnership-based privatization. Privatization based on partnership. This concept, I hope, like you learn it and read about it, because this is the roadmap of privatization, so that until the Ministry of, since it is the same minister. The next one, in the technical and vocational training from a local perspective, I'm going to skip that, and I'm sure because you have information about all that, but what draws my attention is that the private institutions, and please correct me if I am mistaken, is estimated at 1,192, while the training centers are 200, which is about 2 or 4 times. This has to be taken in consideration, and I'm not going to talk about that. Maybe we can take the next slide. Next one. Here it shows details about the here technical and in vocational training supported by the government. The next one talks about 5 business models or models of privatization in the world. The first one is in French, a balance by the government that goes to the institutions such as we have here and in other Arab countries. The next one, the government non-centralized engaging government support, as in the United States. There's support coming from the federal government and the local governments and the state government. There's the indirect central government support, which is very important, and maybe we can apply that here, which is in the United Kingdom, where the state or the government gives a number of institutions or establishes a number of institutions and companies, non-profit of course, as we find in training and the training and which is under the Ministry of Education. And I recommended here that this institution creates a company for developing training based on what we see in education. Here is a sample of purchasing services. So, for example, they cover the cost or calculate the cost of a student and a company, and they ask them to provide the the supervision and operation of the training or technical institution, which is available and could be one of the alternatives of privatization. This is diversified, such as the institution or the organization theoretically in charge, and then the beneficiaries will take part of the application or the practical. And it can include numerous things. The principles, and I hope that the moderator will allow me to quickly over that. You have 1 minute.
تحافظ على توفير الخدمات لحد المجتمع الأمثل هذا مهم ولا الطلب المجتمع الأمثل.
The best social demand must be taken in consideration in any privatization attempt. It is important to adopt the right policies to do that in a comprehensive and gradual way, so that we don't go as in the private sector unless we do that step by step, and then bearing in mind the economic privatization of training and education. I have an impression, I don't have a study, we have an impression that most of those who resorted to technical and vocational training are not from the wealthy families or the middle families, but they mostly come from the low income or the poor families. So it is important to have support and then calculate the cost of the trainee and give them some subsidy or include the give them also some government support.
نستفيد من التجارب الدولية والمحلية إلا بعد إنشاء شركة تطوير التدريب القابض هذا أهم وما أبغى أدخل في التفاصيل.
I don't want to go here in all these details, but because of the time, and let's move to the next slide. Launching a program called the spirit of or essence of privatization. It could be my brother or son or my colleague in the private sector. So how can we move or inspire the spirit of privatization to technical organizations so they can apply these principles and concepts? The next one will be the last. Expanding the strategic partnership program, Dr. Matar has talked about that, and also in the local programs or the private training. It is important, but it needs to be focused on, because it's not possible to have 1,000 private training companies. They must have programs which are not, and from my experience, I believe, I've done that in some private schools, I found that the problem lies in the fact when the organization is owned by an individual. Someone wants to make some money, so they build a company. We have to move from private ownership to group. Thank you so much. Thank you. We know that this is an important topic, so thank you for your contribution.
فإن شاء الله دكتور احنا بننطلق للأسئلة والإجابات إن شاء الله بعد
We take the questions and answers at the end of this session.
هذا جيمس فوستر
كتبتني دكتور ما موجود
هذا هو جيمس فوستر الثاني هو المفروض قبل.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. James Foster. He is the Managing Director of Lincoln College Group, the United Kingdom. We'll have 15 minutes for his presentation. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everybody. I'm James Foster, the Managing Director of Lincoln College International, and I'm really grateful today to have the opportunity to speak to you about our international experiences in the privatization of TVET. What I hope to do over the next 15 minutes is to share with you some of our experiences in recent years of how we've grown our non-United Kingdom delivery in terms of the privatization of TVET, which includes working for a number of years now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, many people perhaps think that international growth or any kind of privatization should look something like this in terms of the ease it is to be successful in that regard. But what I did, I spent a little bit of time just trying to look at our own history of international growth and to draw what it looks like. And it's probably something like that. And that's fine, that's absolutely fine. As a mature organization, we fully expect that any story of growth over periods of time will have ups and downs, but obviously overall the trajectory is very, very positive in terms of how we operate. So if I can just spend a few minutes telling you a bit more about the Lincoln College Group. We're one of the largest UK college groups, and we're the UK's largest exporter of further education. And the group encompasses a whole range of different provision. So this includes apprenticeship provision and all the way through in terms of pure academic delivery from levels 2 up to level 7, which would be classed as a master's degree level. But we also offer a whole range of continual professional development as well, where we work very closely with key employers in all the places that we operate. In the UK, we have 3 main college bases, Lincoln, Gainsborough and Newark, but we have a network of really interesting and innovative delivery as well. So we were delighted to open the UK's first Air and Defence Career College, which was working very closely with the British Royal Air Force and key defence partners such as Thales, BAE Systems and Raytheon. And at the moment, we're also opening the UK's first International Air and Space Training Institute called the IASTI in Newark. We also have a range of much broader experience, very focused on meeting the needs of employers. So this includes Human Alchemy, which is a leadership consultancy that we use extensively, not just in our own business, but elsewhere. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in a few minutes. Overseas, our journey started in China over 10 years ago now in the Sichuan province. And then we were delighted to start operating in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia back in 2014. But as you can see on the slide, we also operate in many other countries as well, with a whole range of different provision. Cutting across everything that we do as an organization is our mission. This drives us. This is the same in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as it would be in China or in the UK. And this is to be employer-led, producing a highly skilled and productive local workforce. And if I can just unpick that a bit more for you. So that is working very, very closely in terms of what the needs of the key employers are in whichever place that we operate. So we spend a lot of time analysing and talking to employers to really understand what it is that makes them tick, what are the key kind of skills that they need to deliver their key outcomes as a business. And our focus is to produce the highly skilled and productive students who can then get into the workforce. So things such as our career college model, the curriculum is based entirely around what the employer needs, and we make sure that the students leave those courses with not just the academic skills, but also the mindset and the cultural elements that are critical in terms of the world of work. So if I just spend a little bit of time telling you a bit more about our international business. As a college group, we've operated now for over 130 years. So education is our business, absolutely rooted in our DNA in terms of everything that we do. And you can see the range of our different overseas opportunities. And these are all partners for us. Every overseas client that we have, we class as a partner. And it's really important in terms of what drives us in terms of the relationship and developing that deep-rooted partnership where we explore a whole range of different opportunities to work with organizations. You can see in the green that we started operating in Saudi Arabia in 2014 through a company called Lincoln College International. And we're delighted since 2015, so now in our 6th year, we've been operating the Qatif Female College with a capacity of over 2,000 students. We operated for 4 years the Applied Engineering College at degree level in Riyadh, also known as the Technical Trainers College. Since 2019, we've been running the Riyadh Tourism and Hospitality College, which is critically important in terms of the investment now taking place in the whole tourism and hospitality sector across the whole of Saudi Arabia. And since 2020, we've been working very closely with Saudi Aramco and its supply chain to operate the ITCAN College in the east of the kingdom. You can also see we've worked with some broader organizations as well, with the Ministry of Health in terms of English language training, and also with TVTC across a number of different colleges to help them around capability building. So to work very closely with some TVTC colleges to help the teams develop clear plans for improvement in those institutions. And cutting across everything that we do is this 2x2 matrix that you can see. This is part of our training through a business called Human Alchemy, which we operate also externally with other businesses. And our focus through everything that we do is to operate in the top right-hand corner, so in the extraordinary box. And this is pushing the boundaries of reality and possibility. What we found that many organizations, including ourselves a number of years ago, we probably moved between business as usual and crisis quite often. But what we weren't doing was identifying sufficient breakthrough ideas that we could then push through and become extraordinary in terms of the way that we operate. And things such as the career college model is a great example of where we have pushed the boundaries to become, in the eyes of our key stakeholders, which is the most important element, extraordinary as an organization in terms of how we operate. And fitting across all of this are the values that drive our behaviors. So achieving these values will help us to achieve extraordinary. So we spend a lot of time with our staff, be them in China, Saudi Arabia, UK or wherever, around these values that drive our behaviors. And if you visit our colleges, you'll see these on our walls, you'll see these when you talk to our key staff. So this is to make sure that people have a real sharp focus on the numbers. They operate through exceptional communication. We spend time to ensure the workforce is enabled and liberated in terms of their focus on innovation and being confident to bring ideas to the table that might help to push us and drive breakthrough ideas and ultimately into extraordinary. And across all this is the focus on a high-performing leadership and across all our teams. So why do we do international TVET delivery? It's been a cornerstone of the Lincoln College Group for a number of years, and that differs quite a lot from many other UK colleges. You will see, if you understand the UK education system, that many colleges either don't operate overseas, or if they do operate with overseas clients, it's usually what I would call an import business. So where students from overseas would come and study in the UK. But we made the strategic decision a number of years ago with our board that international growth would form a key part in terms of our vision and strategy. And this would help to provide the balance for our own UK organisation, both financially, but also in terms of the mindset, where we can spend more time sharing the learning from excellent institutions overseas with our own learning. So this was a strategic move for us as an organisation, and it was never seen as a short fix or a quick win for us. We absolutely are committed to working in countries for 20 years and beyond, hopefully. So if you take Saudi Arabia, for example, we're delighted to just be moving into our 8th year of operations here. But because our DNA is about educational delivery, we spend a lot of time looking in terms of what those opportunities are for sharing the learning between our organizations. I've spent many times in China, for example, looking in terms of the fantastic focus that their colleges have around the employer-led side of things, where you can really see how employers are embedded within their whole college infrastructure in terms of how they deliver. And we've taken that learning to help inform things that we do in Saudi Arabia, but also in the UK. We're a charity as an organisation, which means that all the monies that we make through education and training are reinvested directly into education and training to improve how we operate and how we deliver, which is great because we don't have any shareholders to pay, which means, as I say, we can reinvest that money into education and training. So what I'd like to do is just spend a few minutes talking around some of the building blocks for our successful operation in the TVET market. And the key word to start off with is collaboration at the top of this. We call it collaborative innovation. And when we work in organizations, what we're trying to do is not get into a client contractor mindset. This is about building a hand-in-hand partnership where we both feel confident to share our ideas, share our experiences, and solve problems together. And that's massively important in terms of how we can operate in countries for 20 years plus. We have to be in terms of that collaborative partnership with organizations. There must be very close alignment between our strategy as a group and the relevant vision and goals in any country in which we operate. So this obviously in terms of Saudi includes the Saudi 2030 vision, and we see very close alignment in terms of some of the aspirations in the 2030 vision and our own aspirations as a group. And again, going back to our mission and vision in terms of the focus in terms of being employer-led comes massively out in terms of that. In China, there's a thing called 5-year plans. We're on the 13th 5-year plan for China. And again, that drives very closely with great synergies in terms of how we operate. We spent a lot of time in the early years of developing international work to secure the buy-in and the understanding from our board of corporation, but also from other key stakeholders, such as the UK government. And this is because things such as international delivery, because it is rarer across the UK market, could be perceived as being novel and contentious. And therefore, we spent a lot of time making sure that people understood our vision for this, understood what success looks like, and understood the time it would take to achieve that success, because this is a long-term focus. We recognize, and I know our key partners in Saudi recognize as well, that transformation, innovation, collaboration, it takes time. And any investment in a new business will take time. There is a period of investment before you start seeing a return for that. And it was massively important that we had the buy-in of our key stakeholders to ensure that was the case. We're also very careful in terms of how we prioritize our business. We have a very clear qualification process where we decide what we pursue as a business and what we don't pursue. And it's just as important for us to qualify out of opportunities that we don't see are relevant for the business as equally qualifying into those that we see are relevant. Because if we're not careful, we spend too much time focusing on things that perhaps are not right for us and also not right for the client as well. So we make sure we don't get distracted by chasing the wrong things. Cultural alignment as well is massively important for us. We genuinely focus as much time on learning from the countries and the organizations we work with as spending time them learning from us. It's a very much a two-way dialogue and an attitude in terms of how we work and operate. And we also spend time to make sure that the decisions we make in any country are the same decisions that we would make in the UK. So we don't treat it as a separate part of the business. It's an intrinsic part of the group. And that allows us to share resources, to share ideas across the whole group for the benefit of everybody. And lastly on this slide, robust due diligence. We spent a lot of time looking in terms of the due diligence of any country that we would operate in, and making sure there's a very realistic understanding of the risk appetite for all parties in terms of moving forward on those contracts. And we see many examples where organisations don't spend enough time on that careful due diligence, and therefore they are more likely to not succeed in their ventures. I'd like to spend a little bit of time now just talking around one of the most important building blocks of our approach to privatisation in the TVET market, and that is to ensure our quality and relevance of provision. And this is fundamental to ensuring that we'll operate for 20 years plus in any countries that we focus on. And the first bullet is a quote in terms of a key priority for our Saudi business, that we aim to be recognised as an international partner with an exceptional reputation for quality, added value and collaborative innovation. So quality, added value and collaborative innovation, massively important for us, and developing that position of trust with our partners around the key building blocks for success. So be that around high attendance in colleges, be that around retention of students, be it around exam results, and ultimately
let's see if we have any questions. any أسئلة؟ اتفضل.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. Thank you, Mr. James Foster. I have a question. How can countries create the right environment for investment in the TVET? Thank you.
Let's take more question and then you answer all together. Do you have any more question?
شكرا معالي الرئيس. سؤالي عن التخصيص للدكتور عبد الرحمن صايغ. إذا كان الاستثمار الآن في التعليم والتدريب الأهلي بشكل عام مربح مع بقاء التربوي
with maintaining the social and educational role of education, so how about that investment is in privatization? That is, we are investing in government assets, and then you are starting from a strong environment in investment. You spoke because could you please give your question to our guest from the UK, please? My question is about investment in privatization, starting with government assets, and he talked about the social role of the private sector in investment in education, the role of businesses. How can we balance between investment in these government assets by attracting investments and the role of businesses as a social responsibility? How can we mix that? Dr. Abdurrahman will answer this question, but I will go back to James.
Your experience now in the Saudi market, how do you evaluate the competitiveness of TVET providers in Saudi? Talking about international providers, how do you characterize their presence in Saudi? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the time to presentation, and thank you very much for the questions. In terms of the question around the environment for TVET, I think the critical element is around the mindset of the partnership. I think is really important. In my presentation we talk about collaborative innovation, and that is very much making sure that both the the government in Saudi Arabia, the private sector provider like ourselves, but also the employers, which are absolutely key. They all have a role in terms of just that mindset and that relationship. And that's achieved through things such as long-term contracts. Short-term contracts I don't think help any partner in terms of that, because it's a longer term enables the investment as part of it. And making sure there are very clear shared outcomes from both sides. So those, I think, are some of the absolutely critical building blocks for that. In terms of the question around the competitiveness of TVET providers, I think in Saudi Arabia in the last 7 or 8 years, we've seen a range of different providers, and I think over time, what has happened is the providers who are still working in Saudi Arabia, in my view, are very, very competitive. Actually, they are the ones who understand the culture, the mindset, the relationship. They are focused very clearly on achieving the outcomes. And perhaps some providers who came in and didn't fully understand the market, the challenges, and there are challenges in terms of the delivery of the market. They've gone now, and they probably won't return. I think there's work to be done around how we all work together to continue to make the market attractive for international providers, and we want to play our role in terms of that, and events like this are really, really useful for that, because we are so positive about the Saudi 2030 vision and so positive on the direction that the country is moving in, that we want to be part of it going forward. And good luck to you.
Thank you, James, for your insightful presentation and answers. Now we will move to our next speaker, Professor Seamus McGuinness. He will talk about the return on investment of technical vocational and training. Seamus is a research professor and research area coordinator for the labor market research at the Economic and Social Research Institute in Dublin. Prior to that, he held posts at Queen University, Belfast, the Northern Ireland Economic Research Centre, and the Melbourne Institute of Applied Economic and Social Research. He obtained his PhD in economics from Queen University in 2003. So now we will go to his presentation.
There's also countries that most people look to as having world-class system. So I think those are the two main things. I think it's difficult to see what the response.
Background is as an economist, a labour economist in particular, and I'm going to talk about the challenges of measuring the returns of investment, ROI, to TVET. Now, as you will have all heard, TVET is a very broad concept. It encompasses a wide range of different types of training that can take place at different levels of the educational system, in secondary, post-secondary, and tertiary third level. It can take place in formal classroom environments or within the workplace. It can be provided by the state or by private providers. And the term TVET is commonly known in Asia and Arabia and the Emirates as the term that's usually.
Can you put your presentation full screen? Presentation full
screen.
Yes.
I thought I had. I will try again. Is that better? So hopefully that's full screen now.
Okay, it's good enough.
You still hear me? Okay, sorry. So look, yeah, I mean, so it's a very, very broad term, and it's usually we use the term VAT as opposed to TVET within Europe for this type of education and training. So when we're talking about the returns to TVET, what do we mean? Well, typically the focus of when we're measuring how well TVET benefits people, the research that exists tends to focus very much on earnings, which is a very, very narrow concept of the returns to TVET, or indeed any form of education, because TVET can impact individuals, firms and society across a wide range of different dimensions, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And if you're going to properly measure the returns, you need to be considering all of the different dimensions that TVET impacts and trying to get a measurement of the extent to which it affects changes in these different environments. It's important that we do measure the returns to TVET, because particularly in European countries, there is a perception that TVET is associated with lower returns than academic study. Now, that's not necessarily the case, as I will show you, but that perception and that failure to demonstrate the value of TVET is a problem, because it can result in severe underinvestment in TVET at all levels. And that is particularly damaging, because vocational education and training, we know, is an important input into a country's development and individual development. However, in order to measure the returns to TVET, we do need very good data at a national level. But going back to the concept of measuring the returns of TVET, it isn't all about earnings. Any form of educational and training investment can affect individuals in lots of different ways. It can affect their earnings, yes, but also their job satisfaction, the extent to which they have stable employment and job security, and also how well utilised all their skills are in their job, and the extent to which they can invest and participate in further learning. At the firm level, it affects firm level productivity, profitability, turnover, labour costs and worker engagements. And then at the macroeconomic level, TVET investments will impact variables such as unemployment, macroeconomic growth, economic activity, even crime rates and social cohesion. So when we're thinking about measuring the returns to TVET, we need to think actually, what are the objectives of TVET within the particular country that we're looking at? Because the composition and the intensity and the objectives of TVET will vary a lot from country to country. And depending on what the objectives of TVET are, I mean, it may be all about raising productivity and worker earnings, but it also may be around reducing unemployment or increasing social cohesion or reducing social inequalities. And if that is the case, then each country needs to develop sets of metrics around which they can measure the impact of TVET across all these dimensions where they've set the objectives of TVET. And that is a very, very important distinction that I'll talk a little bit about later on. So it is important to say, well, what are the objectives of TVET in our country? What are the impacts? Where should these impacts be felt? Let's develop the data and the metrics in order to allow us to measure those. But we also need to understand that data can only get you so far in understanding the value of TVET. And it is important to use mixed methods research when we're evaluating the returns to TVET. Yes, measure the data, we'll measure the economic and the wage effects and the job effects and the productivity effects. But we also need to talk to people. We need to talk to stakeholders. We need to have key informant interviews. We need to have semi-structured interviews in order to understand how TVET is actually functioning. Because if we don't have that qualitative data to go along with our quantitative data, we won't really understand what is driving the successes or failures of what we're observing in the data framework. So that is a crucial point that I want to make. And again, it's important in evaluating any TVET system. The success of any TVET system rests on the fact that the TVET providers have underneath them a set of institutions that allows them to recognise the changing needs of the labour market, and that those institutions, those TVET providers, respond adequately to those. So we need to understand the compositional differences within the country and also the institutions, how it works in order to that needs of the labour market ultimately are translated to what is being provided by TVET providers. Now, going back to the data situation again, it's very difficult to measure TVET across international data sets, because most of the data that we have out there actually just measures education in terms of formal learning, this ISCID framework. For example, within the European LFS, we don't have any questions really that are workable with TVET. What I want to do here is to use some data from Europe, the European Jobs and Skills Survey that I was involved in the design of, that actually does allow us to measure adequately TVET within each European country. And I'm going to look at some of the returns using, and the different returns that we can look at if we have the appropriate metrics for TVET. So in terms of, this is again looking across European countries, we can see that the incidence of TVET actually varies an awful lot. So 60% almost of individuals in terms of the highest qualifications, for example, in Germany are TVET qualifications. But that's as low as below 5% in countries such as Portugal. But the general incidence of TVET across these countries is between 10 and 20%. So that's where maybe a lot of countries want to benchmark themselves against. Now I'm going to talk about, well, there is this perception, as I said, that having a TVET qualification pays you less than an academic qualification. When we look at the data, that's just not the case. So this is a creation that models the rate of return for a TVET qualification. So if someone has a TVET qualification at upper secondary level, compared to the reference category of people that have lower qualifications, they earn a 10% premium. It's 13% if the qualification is academic. If we look at the graduate level, a TVET graduate will earn 34% relative to a lower qualified person compared to an academic qualified person who earns a premium of 35%. So what you can see is that the wage returns to TVET are broadly similar.
Seamus, we cannot follow your presentation. Can you reopen the presentation, close it and open it again?
Sure.
Yes, now it's good. Go ahead.
Okay, now we're good. Okay, so hopefully you haven't missed. I'll just go back to the previous slide. So this is actually just showing that actually the incidence of TVET across Europe varies a lot, from 60% of all qualifications in Germany to just 5% in Portugal. So then when we look at these are the economic returns, and you can see that, for example, a person who has a TVET qualification, third level qualification, earns 34% premium relative to someone with low qualifications. And the equivalent return for someone who has an academic degree is around 35%. But what you can actually see is that the returns to TVET are equivalent to academic returns across the whole educational spectrum. And that's not widely known at all. So we can look at other dimensions. I've said that there are other dimensions that we can look at in terms of job satisfaction. Usually what we know is that the more qualified an individual is, that the lower their satisfaction is, and we see that within academic qualifications. So someone with a tertiary degree, actually their job satisfaction is around 5% lower than someone who has lower qualifications. We see no negative effects on job satisfaction with TVET qualifications. In terms of overskilling, overutilization, we know again that the more educated a person becomes, the more that some of their skills don't get used. So if you have an academic qualification and you're a tertiary level graduate, this is saying that you're 12% more likely to have some unused skills. For vocational TVET qualifications, it's just 7%. So again, TVET protects people more from having unused skills. And it also looks to have some impacts in terms of protecting people from job loss. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that when we're looking at the returns of TVET, we just don't want to look at earnings. We need to look right across the dimension of different aspects of the labour market that TVET can impact. Again, this is looking at the rate of return, the wage premiums across European countries, and you can see that it's highly variable. And the same that's for third level, and this is for post-secondary. But what I want to show you here is that this is the difference between having a vocational a TVET degree and an academic degree. If that line is positive, that means that the return to the TVET degree is higher than the return to the academic degree. But you can see that in over 50% of European countries, the return to a TVET third level qualification is higher than the return to a third level academic qualification. Again, that is not something that is widely known or appreciated. But this is what you have to really demonstrate. The returns to TVET if you're going to get people to invest in TVET as opposed to going down the university route, which is preferable in many European countries because people don't have this data. And again, we see the same thing where we can estimate the post-secondary wage premium. In around 50% of cases, the premium is higher for TVET than it is for academic degrees. When we're looking at TVET, we also can estimate the returns to things like training courses, and we see, again, significant returns, wage premiums to training. So someone who attends training courses during their hours work, they will tend to earn around 9% more than people who don't do any training. People who attend outside courses will earn about a 5% wage premium. TVET is unusual, as I said, with academic qualifications, usually the state will pay a lot. With TVET, what we see is the employer tends to pay more of the cost. So 60% of the TVET courses that we looked at in this data were paid for by employers. A quick example of measuring the returns to TVET in Ireland. In Ireland, TVET has 3 objectives: increased employability, lifelong learning, and reducing social inclusion. So we evaluated the returns to TVET across these 3 dimensions. We used data to measure the impact on employability and lifelong learning, and we used qualitative mixed methods research to look at the impact of social inclusion. In another evaluation, we looked at TVET courses that were designed to move people out from unemployment, and we found mixed results there. We found that short duration, high skilled training courses are very effective in moving people from unemployment to employment. So just to summarize, why do we need to measure the returns to TVET? We need that in order to demonstrate to people and individuals and firms the value of TVET, because if we don't do that, then we get underinvestment. However, measuring the returns can be complex, and how you go about that will depend on the composition and the objectives of TVET in the particular country. There has been a lot less academic research on the returns to TVET compared to academic qualifications. As I said, TVET can influence a whole range of outcomes across a lot of dimensions. And the measurement and how we go about it, measuring the returns to TVET, must be set within the objectives of TVET within the particular country. So there's a little bit more. I know I've run a little bit over time, but I leave it there if that's okay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you for simplifying such an difficult subject. We'll leave it for the attendees to ask questions. في أي أسئلة للسبيكر؟ I have one. Go ahead. لا.
الآن واضح.
نعم.
السلام عليكم. وجيه مغربية من شركة سابق. My question to the professor is that most of the numbers that has been reflected in the presentation is back to 5 years ago. And we all know that time is moving very fast. So is there any, I'd say, prediction from this number that can be reflected on the coming 5 years? The past is past. Now we are looking for the coming years, and we would like to have some prediction for the future.
Thank you for this question. It relates to my question also. From your experience, Professor, how do you find it difficult to convince regulator or private sector about the numbers that you presented? Do they agree with the projection and the calculation? If yes, that's good. If not, so what's the solution for this issue? Thank you.
Well, I mean, they're 2 excellent questions, and they sort of prove the point that I've been trying to make, how difficult it is to measure the returns to TVET, because no one collects appropriate data. So if I wanted to use the current data, such as the European Labour Force Survey, there isn't any variables in there that would allow me to measure the impact of TVET now. So this demonstrates really the core of the problem. And this is why there is so little research on the returns to TVET, in my opinion, because there is just not adequate data. Now, what I will say is that, yes, it is a fast-changing world, but the returns to education tend not to change much over time. So there was a paper by David Ricard who looked at Mincer equations. This is the equations that I have been using here. 50 years of Mincer equations, and these returns are very stable. Now, there may be more volatility in the TVAD returns. However, I will say that, in my opinion, and we have published research on this, the impact of automation on the labour market, we believe, has been highly exaggerated. And actually, when we look at the composition of occupations now, and we've sort of studied and we've compared these across Europe to 2013, when we had the whole debate about the impact of automation, there has been very little change. So we do see things in employment that is very visible. We do see more automated functions in our supermarkets and in our airports, and we see the rise of online platform firms. But overall, actually, the composition of the labour market hasn't changed that much. It is much slower to change than people imagine. So if I'm asked to answer the question, do I think these returns will have changed much? The answer is no. I will be getting new data next year on this, and I'll have to wait to rerun the analysis. But I honestly don't imagine that the world has changed in terms of the labour market as much as people actually perceive it. Because what is reflected in the media is actually not reflected in the labour force surveys that we use.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the next speaker. المتحدث الآن في هذا الموضوع عن الابتكار والتطوير الصناعي في المملكة العربية السعودية، متحدث الدكتور محمد الشامسي، وهو نائب المشرف العام للإدارة العامة للأطر التنظيمية للبحث والتطوير والابتكار في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز لعلوم التقنية. وحصل الدكتور الشامسي على البكالوريوس والماجستير من جامعة الملك سعود في عامي 2005 و2007، وحصل على الدكتوراه في الهندسة المدنية من جامعة ووترلو في كندا 2013. تلقى تعليم تنفيذي مكثف في الإدارة والقيادة في جامعات مختارة مثل هارفارد، جامعة هارفارد، ستانفورد، إكسفورد. كما حصل اعتمادات كمهندس محترف من هيئة المهندسين السعودية، ومشارك معتمد مع أحد إدارة المشاريع، ومدير مشروع معتمد جامعة ستانفورد، ومدير مشروع دولي من الأكاديمية الأمريكية إدارة مناصب. والسيرة يعني ثرية ما شاء الله باختصرها. فشكرا لك دكتور بحضورك، وتفضل.
أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. أتمنى أن المحتوى اللي سأقدمه يكون ذا منفعة وفائدة للحضور، وأنا أضيف جديد لكم. نبدأ بتساؤل: ما علاقة التدريب بالابتكار؟ هل هناك علاقة تربط التدريب بعملية نقل التقنية أو الابتكار؟
Fear or innovation? For the different countries, there is two major relationships between training and transformation of technology and innovation. There are two relationships, links training to innovation. First is at the process or the phase of importing technology from abroad. At the second phase, when developing this important technology. So we come up here with this hypothetical scenario on transformation of technology to understand this relationship. When one country decided to transfer some technology from another country, then he will need some human resources, trained one, qualified, to deal and operate this important technology. Without having the trained manpower, this country will be dependent on those who own this technology. and also because of lack of experience or knowledge on dealing with such machinery. So training at the first phase is very important to deal with this important technology and innovation, to operate and use such technology. So if we continue this scenario, at second phase, when this country managed to train national human power to deal with and use supported technology, this human manpower is still unable to develop this innovation or technology. Yes, they managed to operate and to learn how to operate and use this technology, but they cannot develop such technology or innovation, cannot come up with new innovations. So this needs another type of training, more sophisticated and advanced, which is a training of the researcher at research center, at the labs, etc., workshops, to develop some material prototype, etc. So training at the first phase enables such country to deal and to operate and use this important technology. At the second phase, the training enables such country to develop this technology and improve them, and to do some more innovations. Therefore, at the first phase, this country needs a training education system, efficient education system, to train and qualify the manpower to deal and to operate and use these technologies. Second phase, this country needs then a research and innovation system to be able to identify the challenges of such important technology, develop solutions at the different labs, workshops, etc., till they reach into new innovations. We are going to review some of these models. Understanding the past will help us to understand the future. So we have 4 models here of countries who through training transformed into innovative countries, including Venice in 15th century, China in the 19th century, Japanese Empire in Meiji, during Meiji, before that, and then American colonies in 18th century before independence. The first example here is the Venice Republic. At the 15th century, Europe lives in the Dark Ages, and Venice that time is in the international trade route, in the Silk Road. So any products coming into Europe coming through Venice. So all the products or commodities from different parts of the world does exist in Venice, but the people in Venice doesn't know how to produce such type of products that they receive in their markets. But they don't know how to manufacture them. So the Venice in 1474 produced the first patent system in the world, patent regulations. This law of patent, that any citizens from Venice who learn craftsmanship or from abroad can come and submit this to this council, for the Venetian council, and can receive the right, the concession to monopolize that they no longer produce it. If this is very important, like you get long life patent for him or for his next generation, depending on the sophistication and the significance of such product. So the Venetia encourage their citizens to move around the world to learn different industries and get trained, and coming back to Venetia to practice such industry. First Renaissance in Europe was because of Venice. After this date, so the credit goes to Venetia. Part of that, they took some technology from China, like porcelain production or manufacturing, and they took it to Venice. After years, it managed to come up with their own innovation in this technology of producing porcelain and glass. The other example, the British colonization in the American continent, in the eastern part of the continent. It's in 18th century. UK has 13 colonies in the eastern coast, in the eastern coast of the US. The way of dealing that the raw materials is processed at these colonies in the US, then transported to Europe, then manufactured or processed again, manufactured in Europe, and then once again they send it back and export it to the colonies in the US. When independence was declared in 1776, there is some problem in US, the crisis, a shortage. George Washington and Franklin, they were skeptical about that independence will continue because they do not qualified manpower to deal with these innovations. Everything is coming from Europe. This was great problem for them that time. So for them that time, they come up with this to attract the immigrants, qualified immigrants. They attracted them through give them some concessions. Like the UK, France, they give concession for 50 years in a specific, or franchise for 30 years, like for manufacturing ships or whatever. So they give such franchise and different ceremonies state to another. After that, in 1790, they came up with a patent. Whatever before us could be reproduced or remanufactured in Europe before. So just simulation of this imported products. US now, in the 1920, the 20th, became the biggest economy in the world after the World War. Now it's 1/4 of the world global economy. In 1776, in the 1776, they were very skeptical that this independence will continue because they lack the qualified and trained manpower. The third example is the production or processing of cotton in Japan, in Bayer. In the 19th century, before 1853, Japan used to produce cotton for local consumption only through some very primitive machineries back to 15th century. In 1853, when Japan opened to the world, the ships, European ships, came with the processed cotton with these steam machineries, which produces huge quantities of products from cotton. So they invaded the Japanese markets, and the local products was in market, was entered into phase of recession. So they have these spinning companies, but there is no qualified Japanese to handle or to operate steam machinery. So they imported foreign experts from UK and Europe in general, and then they sent Japanese students, like the one who I'm there, Mr. Takio Yamanubi, to Yorkshire. So he came back and established the Osaka Spinning Company using this machinery, steam machineries. Then the production of cotton continued, and they also established, Tokyo University established at that time, Center for Training to produce or process cotton using the steam machineries. Within 50 years, in 1933, Japan became the biggest producer of cotton products, with 10,000 spinning and 10 billion pounds of fabric. In conclusion, the measures taken by Japan, development by developing their human power, this is what makes them to be a pioneer in this industry and overcome UK. The final and fourth example is from China. in producing the steamer ships, the steamers. It is very northward in that the King dynasty time. There was a story when 1820 the first steamer ship entered the Chinese coast. So this was the first ship entered that Chinese coast. One story was that the port officer, when the steamer ship came, he inspected to and wanted to write a report. He said that this ship works without sail. So this report went through all the way to the empire. So the empire sent dispatched some mission to inspect this ship, and they found out that this ship has a wheel. No, only this wheel in a box. When the officer opened this, he saw fire. He said that this foreigners ship works with fire. So the empire was astonished. After defeating of China first, second war, China imported this type of ships. So they hired 1,000 foreign experts from UK and US. They started their new program for human resources, sending students, open centers to maintain and to build ships. Today, now we're talking about China and producing ships now. 1/3 of world production of ships is made by China in these modern ships. About 36% of the global production of ships. And the conclusion is that when reviewing the different experiences of different nations, we understand that training was the major pillar used by different countries to be able to deal with the innovations and to become innovative themselves and to overcome or to supersede in this area. So training is one of the pillars in transforming one country into an innovative country, and key word for the industrial progress and prosperity. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad, for this very interesting presentation and for this journey to different stories and linking them for today's subject matter. Thank you so much. We could leave this question for after this next speaker to the next speaker, Dr. Nasser Al-Harbi, is going to speak about international models of privatization of technical training, and Dr. Nasser is the analyst of labs in SABIC from 2014, and he was assigned as senior management of strategic companies, has experience 2 years of experience in petrochemicals industry, and he started his work in King Abdulaziz City for Technology in the petrochemical sector, and he went through different phases. He was director of technology affairs in SABIC and board of director in King Fahd University, King Saud University as well, on building and maintaining solid productive relationship between industry and academia for nutrition ecosystem through during the master degree and PhD. It's very rich resume. We are looking forward. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. At the beginning, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference and the participants or the audience, the moderator of this session. Today I'm going to speak about the role of partnerships strategic partnership in developing the manpower and its impact on promoting the localization process. At the beginning, we at SABIC were very proud that with the SABIC initiative to adopt the 2030 vision, as you know well that this Insan initiative has pillars, important pillars. Today I'm going to speak about one of those pillars, which is Mawahib platform. The platform concerned with preparing the manpower and promote their localization process. This is built of three pillars, three major programs, as shown in the slide. First program is about qualifying the leaders and the entrepreneurs through qualifying the leaders, young leaders in the SMEs and the entrepreneurs. Second program is qualifying the Saudi manpower, training Saudi manpower through training programs and SABIC company, or through contracting other specialized centers to train these staff members. Third program is about the developing of sustainable development and education to ensure sustainability, which is very important, as mentioned by different speakers today and yesterday. So sustainability is very significant in training to increase productivity from one side, and also to increase the job satisfaction, which is very important. Also to minimize the dropout of this or the turnover of manpower. Our colleagues at the local content department, some of them were here also. They did this good important study for 6 months. So many of companies contributed to this study, and technical institutes as well. In addition to roles played by different sectors in SABIC related to support this study. This study concluded to find that the concept of job-ending training and to work with a new concept, which is to employing that starting with education, reversing the previous concept. So this is because resulted in a number of strategic partnerships. SABIC role not only provided financial support, but also SABIC role was in preparing training programs, which is in a comprehensive training package of SABIC. These programs were not only limited to the technical needs, but also to soft skills. And SABIC has also strengthened the culture and principles such as encouragement or participation, innovation, and accomplishment. These principles were promoted, and this culture was promoted among the trainees who were trained inside SABIC. SABIC's role, as I mentioned, in 3 programs: training among the leaders, manpower, Saudi manpower, specialized manpower, and sustainability. For instance, the 3 institutes that we have, the Higher Institute for Plastic and the Higher Institute for Paper, SABIC's role is promoting providing specialized training programs in plastic because of this specialization in this area, and the rubber institute or center train the staffing, teaching staff among the graduates of the newly graduated engineers through different empirical training sessions, empowering them to join the labor market. The outcomes of this efforts resulted This is one example, one program, which is this is just one program and showing the cooperation shown in the study presented by our college. The results were very promising by training, qualifying, and creating more than 1,500 jobs. If you notice here, our colleagues today in the previous slide, please. I'm sorry for bothering you. Thank you so much. Our colleagues today in SABIC, in the local content department or unit, they're producing some innovative solutions thereby to increase the number of new jobs, but at low cost, hand in hand with our partners. And hopefully, if we have a new innovation, we're going to declare that. This slide and the following slide shows the parties who benefited from this qualified staff members. Thank you so much. I conclude with this slide. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Nasser. Thank you for your presentation and for SABIC's efforts are very well and well known. I was honored to participate in one of the executive committee of NUSANID initiative. We have different partnerships with the private sector, public sector, as well from the corporation, with the corporation. We'd like to thank you all for your efforts. Each and every speaker needs a special session for his own, on his own. However, we left the last time for the remaining time for the questions. The questions to a specific speaker or just to general questions. We have 10 minutes before we conclude for Q&A. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you. My question to Dr. Mohammed Al-Shamsi. He mentioned a number of different examples of transformation from training to innovation. Today, we have different examples of training examples in the kingdom. According to you, what is the closest example that could transfer us from just training into innovation in technical and vocational areas? Second question to Dr. Abdullah, the moderator. We're happy to have you today, and we have a question about the strategies and skills that you talked about at the beginning. We saw the strategy of women development, the UAE, provided by the UAE, under which launched by Ministry of Education. Now we're talking about the skills of strategy from different perspective, which is by the Ministry of Human Resources. What is the added value to this strategy when launched by the authority responsible for labor market? And what is the plan of the ministry, not only to harmonize, but to involve different stakeholders to empower youth, as the Ministry of Education or Corporation for Vocational Training and Education? Thank you so much. Any other question? Ibrahim Al-Sufyani, Industrial Institute in Taif. This is very interesting and very informative session. My question to Professor Abdul Rahman. He talk about the good, wonderful partnership between the corporation and others. According to the Professor Abdul Rahman, is it a successful example for privatization that you talk about? Knowing that some partnerships, if the partner or stop or when he does not lead any more of qualified human resources, this successful example could be to do this privatization. Thank you so much. Any other question? Someone is talking. Can you mute your mic? Please go ahead. Thank you all for these presentations. Question to Mr. Engineer Matar. Is it possible that the institutes, the colleagues can reach into partnership, conclude partnership with the private sector and within the college, and can do some execute like 20, 30 trainees, and ends up with the graduation of these trainees. If anything, does anything prevents the college from doing so? What prevents the college from doing so? We'll move to, please go ahead. Thank you all, Dr. Abdullah, for moderating of this session. My question to Dr. Mohammed Al-Shamsi. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation. You took us into it's very well, transformation of technology, innovation in industry is very important. I have mentioned during the presentation the impact of training on transformative technology. My question is two parts. First part is, Doctor, what the training system needed in our regions to reach to developed countries in the innovation and industry? Second question, what is the recommendation regarding encouraging beside innovation? Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Thank you all. Question to Dr. Abdullah as well. Kingdom now is quite big country. The very important geographic factor is part of the ministry of ministry about employment policies. We need organization to help us design programs. Now the world is moving towards micro certification. Micro certificates for skills or other skill or reskill. So we need to understand this within the corporation to work and to develop the needed strategies and policies. Before that, we talk about the labor market and its requirements about the skills, etc. This is always a valid question, but now the trend in the world, now some countries have come up with new policies and laws. Check, are we going to in the same path or not? Thank you so much, Governor. The answer, Dr. Mohammed Shamsi, please. The floor is yours. What is other questions? Thank you for your question, the lady. I would like to thank the lady here for her question about selecting the models. The 4 models I have provided, there is one common thing, common distributor. All these countries managed to were succeeded in one industry because they went for training. في تداخل في الصوت they have في تداخل في الصوت through there is one common factor. Thanks for the question. The question here from the gentleman here. Allow me your question. Remind me with the question, please. What the training system needs to reach or to match international the developed countries in training. Also, what needed to be done to encourage innovation. About the first part of the question about this, about the laws needed, we are confident that the corporation and the governor, His Excellency, they are capable of. They're in the right path. I think just a matter of time, and I think they're in the right path. It's, as I said, it's just a matter of time. We don't want to dictate or replicate some specific rules. It might not fit with our local context. But the decision makers have the right to decide which is more applicable. The other question about encouraging the innovation. These 3 different programs or scholarships, local programs, through, as Dr. said, also financial incentives to the trainees, and so on. As entrepreneurs also, when in Japan, when Japanese was sent to in scholarship to learn to get trained on the cotton, so he was financing to establish a company for production. So it's not only about hiring him, but to provide him capital to be capable of establishing his own business, which is capable of contributing to local GDP, for instance. Thanks, Dr. Engineer Matar. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you for question. As we mentioned at the beginning, the Corporation for Training has different arms working together and integration, not competing. We have technical sales. Each part has its own governance. The strategic partnership, according to cabinet decree that organize establishment of training, etc., having partnership with strategy. So this is kind of complementary work, and whenever then agrees, and there is serial quality, whatever, with this type of strategic partnership, there is no kind of can have new partnership even with specific number within specific time frame. So this was complementing, as I said, each other, and we are yet the best is yet to come in this training, vocational technical training. Dr. Jabir, I'm going to comment into 2 points. First one, that the corporation should adopt new pattern of privatization based on partnership. Partnership is very wide concept, includes companies, corporations, individuals, grants, donations, loans, etc. It is very wide concept, in fact, and the corporation has to reach and to respond to the community report at different specialties. How? By helping the newly graduates in the housing. Some of the media in the football, for instance, they have the advantage of houses. The more partnership we have for graduates, the best situation will be. But privatization, the other issue is that. What is the question? The strategy, yes. The strategic partnership and training are the 2 wings for privatization. But as I mentioned, the training, the private sector participation training, so 900,000 trainees need to be revised, need to be focused on cyber training, on new specialties, not and also transformation from individual ownership into collective ownership. Companies that could do this, but individual can bring you a trainer and develop. It's very simple issues, and it be considered as training. This is not good, Mr. Governor. They should have big companies that undertakes these training issues. The governor was noted before. I proposed that to have a training company, holding training company, similar to the holding education company that undertakes different aspects in privatization, in housing, in food, in buildings, researches in different areas. Thank you so much. The question about the first issue. The skills strategy, it is from one of the labor market strategies approved by the cabinet, by the Council of Ministers. But we have to work on this strategy. No, we are going to work with different training parties and with the education sector. The value which we are providing here is that we are Ministry of Human Resources, which is supervised by the Ministry. We are close to the labor market. We are close to the labor market and to the employment and training issues. So the work is participatory. We have a labor market strategy. The major point that in the private sector or government side is about training and values. This access, we have different initiatives for the Ministry of Education and some other ministries. So as I said, the work is participatory. Your government is very important. Question is very important about employment of different regions, because defense the supply and demand differs from one region to another. So development at some big regions like Riyadh, Jeddah, Dammam, they have so many companies and much job opportunities. But working with different emirates for localization and succession. At the same time, we encourage private sector to move to these cities, and there is one work with Ministry of Planning and Economic to develop these different regions. This is just beyond our mandate and other, including other ministries like education and other. Your other question about new skills, I agree with you. We discussed this with my colleagues. Now we'll see in the private sector or public sector, they require certificates to be accepted at any certain year. So this is just because an entry point, but not related to skills. Some might have skills higher than the one who is a holder of certificate and could not join the job because of such conditions. Some requires university degree, which some job doesn't require university degree but requires specific skills. So the challenge is who measures this skill and qualify them to certificate. This is what we are doing now at the ministry, with the education assessment with the corporation, Ministry of Education also, on how to have a national framework to assess such skills. Private sector doesn't have any conditions, and the private sector they're coming up with this condition. It takes time to. This is the response question. At the end, I would like to thank all the panelists for their presentation, for their vision in this area. I'd like to thank the corporation led by the governor, Dr. Ahmed Al-Fayed, and his deputies, and the organizer of this important conference. It is a renewable issue. As I said, we need all these types of conferences and to involve experts from inside the country and from abroad. Thank you so much. I'm honored for being here. I would like to thank you all once again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
كل يوم حتطلع حتى انت شوف شوي ما حتقدر صح بالعكس
एक गरम एक ठंडा नीचे तेरे को पानी और लाना पड़ेगा तीन तीन डालेगा ज्यादा नहीं दोनों डाल दो तो कर दो उधर नहीं रखो यार इधर हाँ इधर बाकी सादा पानी में इधर उधर नहीं दे तो नीचे डाल हो सकता है भाई टाइम में कुर्सी चेंज करनी पड़ेगी Para tiene algo.
بسم الله. السلام عليكم. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hello, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hello, check, check, check mic. Hello, 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 hello. Ali Tafir?
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the most compassionate. We started before 2 days here, and here we conclude our exhibition and conference, the 9th Saudi Technical Exhibition and Conference. Now it's time to declare or to announce the outcomes and the recommendations of the conference. I would like to call upon the director, chairman of the conference, to announce or to read the recommendations. In the name of Allah, the merciful, compassionate, and praise be upon Prophet Muhammad and his companions. Peace be upon you. The recommendations of the Saudi Technical Exhibition and Conference, 9th exhibition, which has addressed and many expertise were represented and attended and exchanged local international information expertise. I am glad on this today, Wednesday, 21st Rabi 1443, to submit on my behalf and on behalf of my colleagues at the General Corporation for Technical Vocational Training, the express our appreciation and gratitude for His Royal Highness King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, the custodian of 2 holy mosques, for his approval to organize this conference, and to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May Allah protect him for his continuous support for the activities of the programs of corporation. I'd like to thank also His Highness, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Ali Sheikh, Minister of Education, Chairman of the General Corporation for Technical and Vocational Training, for sponsoring and inaugurating this proceedings of the 9th version of this conference. I would like to thank also His Excellency Chairman of the Corporation for Vocational Training, Dr. Ahmed bin Fahd Al Fayed, for his support and continuous follow-up throughout the preparation phase and implementation and organizing of this conference. Before conclusion, allow me to send a letter of appreciation to our partners in this success. First one is to appreciation to Excellencies head of the moderator of the sessions, who allocated some of their precious time to participate in moderating this session. And the second letter of appreciation to all the speakers and the moderators of workshops within the kingdom, outside the kingdom, for the information they have provided that has helped us to reach into this positive recommendation with the great impact it will have on the vocational technical training in the kingdom. The third letter of appreciation is to all the guests and from within the corporation, from outside, for their participation, interaction, which has great impact on different proceedings and associated exhibition of the conference. Fourth, a letter of appreciation to our partners, to the sponsor of this conference, who were one of the major factors for to succeed in this conference. Before conclusion, I would like also to thank all the engineering of this conference and exhibition, all my colleagues, heads and members of different committees, for all the efforts that they have exerted and the relentless work to reach into this successful exhibition and conference. I would like to thank also to our sons and daughters and from the Scout Boys for their support throughout the period of this conference. At conclusion, I would like to provide you with the findings or the recommendations of these conferences, which has been drafted by the panelists, head of session, moderators, and chairman of the scientific committee, Engineer Adil Oud, and members of the scientific committee as well. And the number of experts did the final rephrasing of this recommendation as follows. First one, to send a letter of appreciation to the custodian of 2 holy mosques for his care and support to all what service the development of the technical and vocational education in our country, and participants confirm that the significance and importance of this conference, which to call each by each 2 years, to contribute to the promotion and development of technical vocational training. Second, to revise the policies of encouraging private sector to achieve partnerships and technical information according to the requirements of the labor market. Third, to promote the capacities of the staff of the vocational training by developing different programs to cope to the future skills requirements. Fourth recommendation, continuous development to the plans and training programs and required equipments to respond to the present and future needs of the labor markets to increase the competitiveness indicators of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Number 5, empower the general corporation to expand in digital transformation and provide the tools and mechanisms about the augmented and virtual realities to cope up with the increasing demand for technical training and vocational training programs. Fifth recommendation, sixth recommendation, to revise the policies of laws, of labor laws to enable the graduates of the technical information to compete in the employment, and also launch programs that support and encourage the trainees to join early in the labor market before graduation. Seventh recommendation, to promote the role of the corporation in supporting empirical researches that support innovation and development at promising sectors which cope with the future skills. And peace be upon you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Abdullah. Now we're going to give trophies to the scientific sponsor of this conference. Will be awarded. We'd like to call them to come up and to receive the trophies. First, Ain channel, satellite channel. Ukaz and Saudi Gazette newspapers. Sub electronic newspaper. أرقام electronic portal. عين الرياض. عين الرياض. Riyadh's eye. إذاعة UFM. UFM radio station. At this concluding ceremony, I would like to thank you for participation and peace be upon you. Thank you so much. We'd like to call upon all the deans of the technical colleges for a meeting at the meeting room. and the directors of the different institutes also to attend this meeting.